questions arise. Now, before I close, I would like to ask everyone here at least to do the informal initiative of publishing this room. Like, at least through the word of mouth, please let our students here, or basically our community, know that this sort of room exists. And in the future, for the next semester, I would say this semester has been quite successful in our diverse spiritual, basically our spiritual life. And I'm really glad to say that the spiritual life of this community is sound. Peace be with you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mohamed, for your continued determination and commitment in your role as Spiritual Life Council representative. We're very grateful to you, and I will be urging the representatives to follow your request. So thank you once again, Representative. Representative Teves is recognized.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. I move for a 30-minute recess for the photo shoot.
Properly moved and seconded. Any objections? Going once, going twice. Chair is none. This session is suspended for 30 minutes.
Okay.
back to order. To our viewers in the stream, apologies for the delay in our recess. We had to accommodate our photo shoot and hence why our recess was extended. Proceeding with our order of business, we have reports of our constitutional committees. Coming first is Committee on Resolutions, so the chair summons Committee on Resolutions to give their report.
So, good day, Honorable Assembly. So, we will be reporting 5 progress status for 5 resolutions. For resolution number 5, full implementation has commenced last Friday, October 17, 2025, and said communication shall include the resolution implementation report, template, the implementing rules and regulations of the resolution compliance audit, and copies of resolutions directed to each SUSG entity. So, the SUSG Resolution Committee set a deadline of November 14, 2025, while the resolution compliance report for the first semester of school year 2025-2026 is expected to be completed, published, and presented before the SUSG Student Assembly within 2 weeks thereafter. For resolution number 9, progress status, the resolution has been received by the SUSG Student Assembly on October 14, 2025 and has since been implemented in full. For resolution number 10, progress status, the resolution has been forwarded to the Silliman University Library. Feedback and concerns from both the university librarian and the library's ICT manager have been received and duly forwarded by the SUSG Resolutions Committee to the authors of the resolution for their consideration. And so the Resolution Committee is currently awaiting their formal response. And for resolution number 11, the SUSG Resolutions Committee forwarded it to the SUSG Sports Recreation Committee, which has duly acknowledged it and will implement in the forthcoming weeks. For resolution number 12, same goes. It has been accepted and duly acknowledged by SUSG Marketing Committee. Initial concerns raised by the committee chairperson have been subsequently clarified in coordination with the authors, and the resolution is now pending in implementation. For additional and other reports coming from SUSG Resolutions Committee, Resolutions.com has informed the COR that it shall make the SUSG Resolution Tracker publicly accessible through the SUSG Facebook page starting last Friday, October 17, 2025. It shall contain the trackers for both the 34th and 35th SUSG student assemblies. This initiative aims to ensure that all members of the Silliman community can freely monitor the progress and implementation of the resolutions passed by the Student Assembly. Furthermore, the Resolutions Committee shall be discontinuing the monthly resolution progress reports initiative, which the committee had previously and regularly published online. So in its place, as agreed as well with COR, Resolutions Committee will introduce the Resolution Update Initiative, a new information mechanism wherein each resolution will be made more concise, comprehensible, and accessible to the general student body by summarizing them and their salient features for the public to better understand these resolutions. So the initiative began last October 16, 2025 with its first ever edition on Resolution number 5, Series 2025-2026. And with that, the committee would also like to congratulate the Assembly for a productive and meaningful semester. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Committee on Resolutions. Are there any inquiries from the representatives of the committee? Going once, going twice, chairs. Then once again, thank you, COR. Next, the chair summons the committee appointments to give their committee report.
Okay, good afternoon to the Honorable Assembly. The Committee on Appointments presents its third Committee on Appointments Committee Report. So the subject of this committee report includes the screening of letters of appeal, an extension of deadlines submitted by the presidential appointees, as well as appeals for disapproval, confirmation and recognition and status update of the second batch of presidential appointees included in the list of presidential appointments. Number 3, plans and discussion of opening vacant leadership positions to the student body And finally, the first semester confirmation report of school year 2025-2026. So, a number of presidential appointees requested and appealed for the extension of the deadline, as well as appeal for the decisions made by the committee. For case 1, Kate Hamera, request was appeal of disapproval, decision denied for the reason that she did not submit a signed position confirmation from the speaker. And all of these cases, you may refer to the appendices, so naka-attach ratan ang mga email threads. Case 2, John Bryce Dael, appeal for disapproval, decision denied, did not submit the revised curriculum vitae on time. Case 3, Baby Elise Baguio, appeal of disapproval, denied. The letter of appeal was not sent within 1 week of notice of disqualification. Case 4, Danica Isobel Loisa, request is appeal of disapproval, decision denied, no valid grounds of appeal in accordance with the Committee on Appointments guideline. Case 5, Mary Rowan Isabel, appeal of disapproval, denied, no valid grounds of appeal in accordance with COAP guidelines. Case 6, Shen Montargo, appeal of disapproval, decision denied, again, no valid grounds of appeal in accordance with COAP guidelines. Case 7, Daniela Doreen Palomares, appeal of disapproval, denied, no valid grounds of appeal, proof of reason was not attached. Case 8, Micah Ella Chris Alcantara, request consideration due to insufficient grade average, which is also a request for extension. Decision accepted. The extension of her deadline will be up to November 21, 2025, which is the second semester. Case 3, Cristana Carmela Kisumbing, request for extension due to grades not reflecting. Decision accepted. The extension of deadline will be up to November 21, 2025. Case 10, Angelo D. Mate, request for extension, decision accepted, request accepted, application considered. Case 11, Chrysler Brent Marmolejo, letter request for extension due to INC grade. Decision accepted, the extension of deadline will be sa second semester. So all the context and like ngano gi-disapprove na mo or gi-accept ilang mga appeals kay naara siya sa appendices attached. Okay, second is the confirmation and recognition and status update of the second batch of presidential appointees included in the list of presidential appointments. So after rigorous review and screening of the second batch of confirmed appointees included in the list of presidential appointments. Okay, so here is the confirmed and recognized presidential appointments. Name, committee branch, and position. Lapore Nels Simon D., Socio-Political Committee, Vice Chairperson. Mate Mike Angelo D., Secretariat Committee, Chairperson. Munoz Bianca Isabel T., Advocacy Committee, Chairperson. Madrazo John T., Advocacy Committee, Vice Chairperson. Tuvales Alexis Yola V., Advocacy Committee, Chairperson. Pareñas Robe Joanne B., Straw Committee, Chairperson. Baez James Rafael C., Straw Committee, Vice Chairperson. Albon Kent Josiah B., Educational Services Committee, Vice Chairperson. Lahot Josh Benjamin L., Miss Silliman Committee, Chairperson. Jabel Bojo B., Miss Silliman Committee, Vice Chairperson. Total confirmed appointments, 10. The names included may continue to proceed with their responsibilities. So the disapproved and disqualified presidential appointments are as follows. Roleda Mary Julian S., High School Affairs Committee, Chairperson, disapproved. Dordado Renz Anthony A., Cheering Committee, Vice Chairperson, disapproved. Andujar Frances May A., Educational Services Committee, Vice Chairperson, disapproved. Kabatingan James Ryan F., Social Services Committee, Vice Chairperson, disapproved. Tuck Jasmine Stephanie B., Miss Silliman Committee, Vice Chairperson, disapproved. With the total disapproved appointments being 5. On-hold presidential appointments who are expected to be confirmed the following semester are as follows. Kisumbing Cristana Carmela from Straw Committee, Vice Chairperson. Alcantara Micaela Chris M., Straw Committee, Chairperson. Marmolejo Chrysler Brent, Cheering Committee, Chairperson. In pertinence to the Committee on Appointments guidelines, The names included in the list of disapproved presidential appointments are no longer recognized to hold the positions they were appointed for. So all budget proposals that are signed under their name starting today will no longer be accepted. So moving forward, the next item, we have plans and discussions of opening of vacant leadership positions to the student body. So in pertinence to the Committee on Appointments guidelines, if there are vacant leadership positions due to disapproved/no appointments made by the SUSG president, the Committee on Appointments will open the vacant positions to the student body. So the committee held a meeting on October 11, 2025 to discuss the opening and application process of such to the student body. So we have discussed the process where it will be an application announcement online, application period, submission of necessary documents, and there will be a screening and interview period. So this is still being discussed, but we are in constant communication with the SUSG president for such. And finally, the first semester confirmation report of school year cases, with a total of 75 appointments who are confirmed. Yeah. Down. Sa kuan. Yes. So the confirmed appointments is 75, disapproved appointments 14, and on hold appointments being 4. So the total appointment processed by the Committee on Appointments is 93 appointments for the first semester. That is all. If you have any question, you may ask.
Thank you, Thank you, Committee on Appointments. Are there any inquiries towards the committee regarding the report? Going once, going twice, there is none. The Committee on Appointments. Hello? Proceeding forward with our unfinished business. Okay, just so it will be on the record. Given last session, Representative Desquitado was nominated. So with that, to give the courtesy, we waited until today to hear your decision. Do you accept the nomination?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I accept.
Okay, with that, Can I confirm that there are a total of 18 nominees now, including Representative Desquitado? Okay, please announce the list of nominees again.
Okay, representatives, please confirm if you're included in the Ad hoc Constitutional Amendments Committee. Representative Hamera, Representative Teves, Representative Desquitado, Representative Amante, Representative Calasang, Representative Ozoa, Representative Macarubo, Representative Minalang, Representative Maputi, Representative Gunot, Representative Villaflores, Representative Bitong, Representative Palliser, Representative Caminade, Representative Kalumpang, Representative Makahi, Representative Balbon, and Representative Inaw. Has everyone involved or has been nominated last session included in what I read? What am I missing? Okay, yeah, 18, a total of 18 members.
Okay, with that, would anybody wish to be nominated, or shall we proceed, or shall we move to close the nomination? Can someone make such motion? Representative Teves. Properly moved and seconded, nominations are now closed. And since that there are only 18 members of the 18 nominees for the committee, the chair will recognize all 18 nominees as official members of the Ad hoc Constitutional Amendments Committee. Our group chat will be created later, and we will start our preliminary discussions soon. Congratulations to all of our members, and hopefully we can get a lot of good work done in the coming semester. Moving forward, we have our discussion of the agenda for the day. Starting with Student Assembly sponsorship request. However, it seems that the group requesting the sponsorship is not here. So with that, we cannot summon them for their presentation. So unfortunately, we will not be moving forward with their sponsorship request. So we'll proceed now to our resolutions. Unless, can someone do a final check to see if they're outside? Okay, I have confirmation they're not here, so we'll be moving forward. Before we proceed to our resolution discussion, the chair will suspend the session until 3 o'clock for the floors to conduct their caucuses. Session suspended until 3 o'clock. fruitful discussion. With that, we'll now proceed to our first resolution. Again, please refer to the Google Docs order of business which was sent. Okay, that's the one that's most up to date with the amendments. So our first resolution is a resolution urging the Chief Financial Officer to uphold proposed financial allocations from the Facilities Management and Administrative Services for the temporary fostering and management of stray animals. Okay, please close. With this, the chair summons a representative or two from the proponents to present the resolution. Infotech, this microphone's already low bat.
Okay. Good afternoon, representatives. So this resolution, I'd like to take this moment first to thank all the representatives who contributed to this resolution, since this is a resolution that was of urgency. It was brought to us by the SUSG president regarding the animal welfare here on campus. So they called them to the assembly to take action, and this resolution is the result of that action we're taking. So this resolution is a resolution urging the Chief Financial Officer to uphold proposed financial allocations from the FMAS for the temporary fostering and management of stray animals. So for transparency, the current state right now is that stray animals are under the care or the foster of FMAS. So they're taking in stray dogs that they see around campus, and they're the ones who put those dogs in cages lang, and then they're the ones who feed them and give them water. So it's seen in the appendix pod. You can see what the current state of the animals look like. So what FMAS wants to bring upon to us and to the SUSG is they want unta nga their budget for these animals will not be striked out when they present budget proposals to the admin. So that is why they're calling on to the SUSG for help. So the main intent of this resolution is really to safeguard that budget they're asking from the admin as a supplementary document to reinforce their proposal to the admin. So that is why we are directing it to the CFO, since the CFO is the one who has the final say whether or not to strike out certain line items in their proposal. So that is why this resolution can serve as a supplementary document for them. And we've added here in our whereas and result further clauses that these budget line items that they can include for their proposal can include food, water, veterinary services, but not limited to that. Yes. And that is all.
Thank you, proponents. Are there any motions to accept the resolution? Representative Hamero.
Thank you for the recognition. I'm a proponent. Is this okay? I'm a proponent.
Proponents may move on
I
their own
move
motions.
to accept the resolution.
So any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Floor is now open for discussions.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to limit the discussion of this resolution to 15 minutes.
Properly moved and seconded. Given that it's 3:05, we will close the discussions for this by 3:20 and 30 seconds. Representative Temes.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I'd like to raise a technical amendment, two technical amendments. First is to include Representative Chong as principal author, and second is to correct the signatures placed in some of the representatives in the signatories area. And number 3 is to reflect as well the colleges under the names of the representatives in the author section.
Any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. We will take that as technical amendments. So proponents, please make the necessary changes. Further, are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. Are there further amendments you'll be making or no na? Okay, we'll now proceed to put the question on the resolution. All those in favor of this resolution, please raise your hand. Hands down, not in favor. In abstention. Okay, with 42 in favor, 0 not in favor, this resolution is passed with its amendments. Congratulations to the proponents. Proceeding forward, our next resolution is a resolution expanding the undergraduate thesis grant program to include postgraduate students. Since the Speaker of the Student Assembly is one of the proponents, the Chair would like to relinquish to the Speaker pro tempore. Are there any objections? Going once, going twice, Chair is none. The presiding seat is relinquished to the Speaker pro tempore.
Okay, following the order of business, we have a resolution expanding the undergraduate thesis grant program to include postgraduate students. The Chair would like to summon the proponents of this resolution.
So good afternoon, Honorable Assembly. Today we'll be presenting our resolution, which is to expand the undergraduate thesis grant program to include postgraduate students. So in the 32nd Assembly, they passed a resolution creating the Thesis Grant Fund, which then gave way for the undergraduate thesis grant program under the SUSG Educational Services Committee with partnership or in coordination with SUSG Research Committee. So reading through it, the thesis grant program specifically left it only for the undergraduate students. However, as postgraduate students from the graduate school, College of Law, and medical school, we also pay the SG fee, especially on the case of the medical school, because they pay significantly more than the average student for the SG fee. And at the same time, we undergo thesis, dissertation, and other big research projects for our individual degrees, our respective degrees. So with that, we also are entitled to such programs under the SUSG because the program was created to give aid to those undergoing heavy research projects and subjects. At the same time, we are also paying the fees. So that's why as postgraduate representatives, we believe that we should be included because we are also part of the SUSG and are also active in the SUSG through other representatives here in the Student Assembly. Okay, and that will be all for our introduction to the resolution, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, proponents. Are there any motions to adopt this resolution? Yes, Representative Ozoa. Probably moved and seconded. The floor is now open for discussions.
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Representative Amante.
We'll be making, thank you for the recognition, Madam Speaker. We will be making 2 technical amendments. Okay. In Article 8, Section 2 of our guidelines, we move to remove the unnecessary bracket. Article 8, Section 2. That's our first technical amendment. Article 8. Section 2, there's an unnecessary bracket. But striking out the bracket and replacing it with a period.
Can you express only one?
That's the only one.
Okay. So since this is a technical amendment, motion is carried.
Apologies, that's our only technical amendment.
Okay.
Sorry.
Any further discussions from the floor? Yes, Representative Dizon. Please give the microphone.
in your reserve further clause, section 2, stating that that resolution number 2 as 22, which previously institutionalized the thesis grant fund for undergraduate students, be hereby repealed. Is repealed the term or amend?
Yes, it is repealed because I will explain na lang kaya I feel like it can be useful for future resolutions. So in this case, our act of including postgraduate students in our resolution, which was previously for undergraduate students, a mere amendment to it overall is not enough because we're adding a third party. And additionally, we were also able to have an informal conversation with our previous law rep, and they suggested that in this case, the best thing to do would be to repeal instead of amend.
Furthermore, we chose to repeal this resolution because the original intention of the resolution number 2 series of 2022 as a whole is for undergraduate. So amending it takes away the original intent, and that's the point of amending. You're just adding or taking away without changing such intent. So for this one, it's basically creating an entire new one but just repurposing the previous document, so to speak.
But the current mechanism is still the same with the undergraduate thesis, correct? Thank you. Satisfied, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Representative. We have 12 minutes left. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Rosell.
Hello. Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. I do commend the proponents of this resolution for this initiative. And can you walk us through your consultations lang for this resolution?
So our first consultation was with Sir Abe Cadilinia, our SUSG advisor. He expressed that the resolution is in good intent and he supports it, but he just advised us to prepare for questions ahead of time. And then next, I conducted a private consultation with the current chairperson of Educational Services Committee to gauge first if they were open to this idea, and they were. Then we started getting work on the resolution. And then last week, we had a full consultation with the current chairperson and the previous chairperson to give insights into their current handbook and guidelines for the UTGP. So then throughout the discussion, we aired out each other's sentiments, and we all came to the conclusion that this resolution is good to go, and they are fully amenable with this new program.
Follow-up question, Madam Chair. Have you perhaps consulted with the previous proponents of the original resolution in like ngano undergraduate students ra ang undergraduate thesis ra ang included sa UTGP?
Thank you for that inquiry. Actually, it is practice that we don't really have to consult the previous proponents because it's no longer in their hands. But in terms of their decision as to why they related only to the undergraduate, it's because the proponents were undergraduate students. So their immediate thought were the graduating students of undergraduate. And reading the minutes of that session, there was discussion of the inclusion of postgraduate. But ultimately, the the College of Law and Medical School representatives gave way for the undergraduate students specifically for this resolution. But since it's our time now, it is up to us if we want to pass this resolution in conjunction with our intention.
Thank you, Representative. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Dizon.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. Point of inquiry, given that postgraduate research requires more specialized academic evaluation, does the SUSG Educational Services and Research Committee have the capacity and expertise to assess postgraduate proposals?
Okay. Okay, thank you for that inquiry. In Resolved Further number 9, we replaced a clause there for that specific purpose. Can we request that resolution 9 be resolve further number 9 be placed on the screen? It's at the very bottom. Resolve further number 9. Okay. Any evaluation criteria used in the application process shall be created in consultation with research teachers and/or advisors and other experts in the field. This was mainly to cater to the fact that the handbook, also in conjunction with this, was created by students, and their evaluation criteria was very, how would we describe it? It was very lacking and did not apply, or was not in full consideration of exactly of what thesis and dissertations were entailed. So with that, we added this so that they'll be able to have actual experts in research and thesis making in the process of evaluation. So they are, with this, if this resolution is passed, they are required to include expertise or expert consultation with the evaluation process.
We have 8 minutes remaining. Are there any further discussions? Going once, going twice. Chair is none. The chair will now put the question on the adoption or the acceptance of this resolution as amended. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those not in favor, please raise your hand. All those who abstain, please raise your hand. With 47 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 abstentions, motion is carried. Congratulations, proponents.
Thank you, representatives.
The chair, apologies. The chair would now like to relinquish your presiding seat to the Speaker of the Student Assembly. Are there any objections? The presiding seat is relinquished.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tempore. Moving forward with our order of business, the next resolution is a resolution requesting the reinstatement of the Silliman University Senior High School in the university-wide intramurals through the athletics department and the establishment of the Senior High School intramurals participation guidelines thereof. The chair hereby summons the proponents to present the resolution.
Good afternoon, honorable representatives. This resolution requests the immediate reinstatement of Silliman University Senior High School in the university-wide intramurals and the creation of SHS-specific participation guidelines based on a targeted survey of college council members, organization and committee representatives, the SHS principal, sports coordinator, student council, and director of athletics have endorsed their measures. The guidelines will be drafted in consultation with the SHS principal, sports coordinator, student council, and the dean of the College of Education, and relevant student representatives, and will require the final approval from the athletics department and the deans of all departments. The Senior High School Student Council will implement and enforce the guidelines, which include eligibility requirements, parent or guardian consent forms, a code of conduct, disciplinary procedures, and a grievance purposes.
So amendments to the resolution, the only changes presented today are amendments to whereas clauses 11 to 20. These clauses have been rewritten to reflect findings from a new survey specifically conducted among college council members, organization and committee representatives, and etc. Survey findings, the survey shows a clear majority of those respondents support in this resolution and expressed dissatisfaction with exclusion of the SHS departments from the intramurals. Additional endorsements, the SHS principal, sports coordinator, the SHS student council, and the director of athletics department have formally endorsed and shown full support for this resolution. Scope of changes, no provisions, clauses, or language in the resolution are altered. All remaining sections of the resolution remain exactly as previously presented. Okay, so that's all. We're open to answer your questions.
Are there any motions? Properly moved and seconded. Floor is now open for discussion. The chair will limit discussion to 15 minutes. Likewise, as previous resolutions. Going once. Representative.
Hello, mic test. An upcoming we're one.
Apologies for the technical
Hello.
difficulties for those watching.
Mic test. Okay, so I was having a conversation with some of the people I knew from CBA, and we're really not educated or knowledgeable on how the all university and trams work. So I would like to inquire, since I heard from a few college students and I inquired on their opinion on putting back senior high school in the intrams, they informed me that it was, in their opinion, it was kind of unfair for them because the number, or the population rather, of the senior high school compared to the other college departments, if they were to go against each other during the intramurals, I would like to inquire if there's a part of the resolution that addresses this concern, because as an upcoming senior high school myself, if this resolution were to be approved, actually, and this concern were to resurface in the next years for the senior high school department, it might be better if there was a part of the resolution that, you know, addresses this concern, so that we won't have to readdress this concern in the future.
The question stands, proponents, or do you wish for a restatement of the inquiry? Okay.
I don't think that should be a concern, because that concern was only, for me, that would have been valid 2 years ago, because that was the time when senior high school was the most populated college department here in Silliman, with 1,877 students. I checked. I was the treasurer. I know the number. And right now, with it actually ni smaller ilang population by about 300, so that's 1,500, and I believe mas dako na ang CAS right now, and then CBA, and then senior high school. So I don't think that's one main concern that it's enough to be tackled in this resolution.
Go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition. I would also like to bank on what Representative Ozoa said. Since the person you consulted, Manggod, was from CBA, I think it would have been better if you consulted from the small colleges, Jud mismo, because it isn't really a concern, because we ourselves are competing against large colleges such as CAS. So I think imong girefer is if i-limit bang senior high school, and I don't think that's necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Teves.
Since from the past we had regarding this resolution, there were a lot of contentions due to the consultation of the League of Governors. So can we just ask a little run through as well on how the consultation with the LOG went?
Okay, thank you for that question, Representative. Unfortunately, when the consultation was scheduled, na-timingan ang LOG na nabundakan sila with a lot of work, especially with the college fair. So instead, we, the proponents, inquired the Vice President to aid us in gathering information and support from the League of Governors. We sent them a survey na lang so that they can answer it whenever they're free, and gipaagi to siya og memorandum from the Vice President, so dapat ma-answer jud nila. And I believe you can peruse our appendices to show the result of the survey pertaining to the LOG and other organizations.
Satisfied, Representative? Okay. Further discussions? Again, further discussions from the floor? Going once? Going twice? Chair hears none. Will now put the question for the resolution. All those in favor of accepting this resolution, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those not in favor? All those in abstention? With 41 in favor, 0 not in favor, this resolution is accepted to the floor. Congratulations to the proponents. Stay. You guys can go now. Ozoa, stay. Moving forward, the next resolution is a resolution amending resolution number 27. Okay. Resolution number 27, otherwise known as a resolution institutionalizing a yearly finance workshop for all SUSG Executive Committee finance members, council treasurers, auditors, and organization finance members through the SUSG Finance Committee. Seeing that the Speaker of the Student Assembly is a proponent once again, he relinquishes to the Speaker pro tempore. Any objections? Going once, going twice. Chair hears none. Speaker pro tempore, you are presiding.
Following the order of business, we have a resolution amending resolution number 27, series of 2024, otherwise known as a resolution institutionalizing a yearly finance workshop for all SUSG Executive Committee finance members, council treasurers, auditors, and organization finance members through the SUSG Finance Committee. The chair summons the proponents of this resolution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So once again, good afternoon. We will be our resolution here is to amend resolution number 27, series of 2024, written by yours truly and the other yours truly here from the 33rd Student Assembly. So, of course, the original intention of this resolution was, it was after the 2016 memorandum on the council fee as an enrollment requirement was created, and wherein the League of Governors requested the Student Assembly to help them in any way or form in regards to the the council fee memorandum because we were the ones who resurfaced it in anyway. So with this, Representative Ozoa and I and other representatives from the 33rd Assembly created this resolution as a foundational step to helping them in regards to being able to effectively collect council fees. And it was written during the point in time where the academic calendar was starting in August. Correct, yes, starting in August. So the timeline the time we placed in actually it actually made it more difficult now, especially now that we reverted to the previous school calendar. It made the SUSG Finance Committee find difficulty in organizing this workshop because of because they had to prepare for Genesis and Hibalag. So everything was happening at once, and SUSG Finance Committee is utilized heavily during that period of time, finding them difficulty for organizing such. So our amendments here include changing the timeline of the event. And it's no longer preliminary examination week, but now it is midterm examination week. Upon consultation or conversation with the Finance Committee Chair, they expressed that that is a much better timeline in terms of the current school calendar and moving forward if ever we're going to switch to another academic calendar again. As well, one of the resolved furthers, we amended by including more fundamentals for the workshop to include, namely guidelines, processes, and policies for the management and administration of SUSG finances, reviewing and understanding mandates relating to the proper handling of finances and/or financial records, and just other minor amendments.
We also include a resolve further that discussions and forums should be differentiated by from the student councils and Execom and other organization, because although they are doing similar work, the systems that they follow are vastly different from the cabinet and the student council. So we also included this so that ma-differentiated jud ang kuan para makater ilang specific needs. Also, we also added a resolve further to specifically include situational segments, because when you do finance work, it's not enough manggod when you just listen through a seminar. It's also important that you actually go through the process of it. So we included that. And another major resolve further that we added is the allocation. We kuan na that for this event, ma-allocated na siya og 5,000 so that they can do their work easier and faster now with the allocated budget. And the reason why 5,000 siya is that because from past finance workshop, ang cost ato, which was the bare minimum pod among gidu, was already at 4,500. So amora siyang gi-round up to 5,000. So that will be all.
Thank you, proponents. Are there any motions to adopt this resolution to the floor? Yes, Representative Arbon.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. I move to accept this resolution to the floor.
Properly moved and seconded. The floor is now open for discussion, limiting again to 15 minutes. Yes, Representative Hamera.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would just like to ask a point of inquiry. Madam Chair, I would just like to ask a point of inquiry to the proponents if you have consulted with the LOG regarding the timeline or the change timeline.
Thank you for the inquiry. Actually, we did not consult with the LOG on this because, however, we did discuss this with the Vice President, and he does agree with this, and he says it's going to be part of their agenda for the SUSG in conjunction with their plans for the student councils and the governors.
I have another question, just not in regards with that. Regarding resolve further, specifically that one mentioning the 5,000 allocation, do you mean this to be included in the appropriations?
Yes. Yes, included na siya sa appropriations since already allocated na siya.
Satisfied, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. Point of inquiry to the proponents. May I ask how they will process the 5,000 for the workshop and all? Will they be presenting it to the assembly? Will it be directly ganon?
It will not be presented to the assembly already, since once approved this resolution by the assembly, we are already approving the expected expenditure, which is already 5,000 pesos. So they will follow the standard financial system that we follow, na mo process like cash advance, and they are also subjected to the system that COA follows, liquidation, audit, etc., etc.
Satisfied or not satisfied, Madam Chair?
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. I'd like to ask the proponents, it was stated in resolved further that all the finance officers would be required. I'd like to ask if this isn't a way of overstepping the council with the SG since required, and what would happen if like di sila mo attend? Like, question.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for that question. And no, it's not overstepping, because in our constitution, the councils are actually part of the SUSG, and in turn, they should help us in our initiatives as well. And when it comes to money, Manggod, it's important because not all colleges, we have to take into consideration that these officers are students, and not everyone is financially aware with the current systems, how things should be handled when it comes to money. And we can see that in some colleges where currently they don't even have an auditor. They blur the lines between a treasurer and an auditor, when in fact those positions are vastly different from each other. So that's why it's important that we have workshops like this, and we should mandate these officers to be included in that workshop so that they will be aware and better serve their constituents with accountability, transparency, and integrity.
And to further add, this was also, again, the original resolution was created as a response to their strong urging of us to help them in regards to us re-releasing the 2016 memorandum on council fee as an enrollment requirement. So this was our response to them. So this was, yeah. So that's why this resolution was created in the first place. The idea is to help them. So at the same time, we've also added more mechanisms. Now, if ever for some reason they are really unable to attend, they may send proxies like their governors or finance members, anyone in their place to attend, and furthermore giving them such avenue, Jude, to be able to attend or have someone attend in their place and transfer back the information to them.
Satisfied, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. I would just like to ask the proponents regarding again with the 5,000. Was this stipulated in the previous resolution?
No, it was not stipulated in the previous resolution.
So follow-up questions, what is the rationale behind it specifically being 5,000?
So as I mentioned before, the previous expenditure of the workshop was at around 4,500. The reason why the proponents included this na 5,000 jud siya is to safeguard the integrity of the workshop, because 4,500 was already the bare minimum, and if it is still subjected to the assembly and in future assemblies where they will cut the budget from 4,000, for example, ilang gi-propose, and they cut it down to 3,500. The previous chairpersons and the current chairpersons find that it would compromise the event and it will not uphold its intended purpose, because 4,500 was already the bare minimum na that wala pagalit to yung speaker na we gave honorarium, the snacks was just enough for the attendees. So that's why amo na jud siyang gisat here na 5,000 to protect the integrity of the event.
Satisfied, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. I have a point of inquiry for the proponents. Yeah, kay check the wrong slide. When you mentioned earlier, katong it needs to be at least 5,000. I would like to ask why there's no price ceiling. At least 5,000, but not more than blank.
The reason why we didn't add a price ceiling lang because that is up to the discretion lang of the chairpersons, and it's still subjected to COA audit. So if the committee on audit finds it na unnecessary ang expenditure, they can always proceed with their normal systems of murag asking for the money back or something like that. And the reason for the proponents, it's important that we included the 5,000 as the floor pricing, but to include a ceiling, I believe that would also murag set a limit to the committee. So that's why wala ra namo gi-include ang ceiling, and we trust that the current systems that we have will protect these from abuse. So that will be all.
I think that's all. But in this case, I would also like to ask the proponents another POI on what's deemed reasonable until to what extent would they be able to request from the COA?
As of right now, there is no clear systems to determine what is reasonable. I feel like that's up to the discretion of the committee. But if the representative is amenable to propose a ceiling price so that the proponents can consider.
Is this just one?
If we may be recognized, Madam Speaker, one such sentiment as to why we're not we initially did add a ceiling is because if we were to add a ceiling right now, that would create a precedent for all future events. Now we have to set a ceiling for them. In the end, that's why they give us budget proposals, because we assess their need on their budget proposals or what their proposed budgets for this. So for this, we're saying at least 5K, so at least the event can go on, because we did stipulate that they have to invite actual speakers, so honorariums may vary, and of course the scope of this is going to be large because ideally this is university-wide, so we'll be catering to a lot, so hence the amount. And of course, again, we would want to avoid creating such a dangerous precedent, or we believe may be a dangerous precedent for putting a ceiling on all events moving forward, because it's highly subjective to future changes in, for the lack of a better idea to give, in the changes in the economy here. And of course, the university changes their requisite pricing possibly on a yearly basis. So of course, that's why we would like to keep it open as to not having a ceiling as of now.
Okay, satisfied. Thank you.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. As stated with the proponents, that the Committee on Audit will decide whether or not I believe the proposal that will be sent by the Finance Committee of the around 5,000 budget. Is it stated in the resolution that the Committee on Audit has the authority to decide whether or not this is okay?
Thank you for that question, Representative. But it's already stated that COA as the last line of defense when it comes to our finances, it's already implied that they have the authority to review such documents. Hope you understand.
Thank you very much. And one more question with that. I'm curious about the inclusion of the pursuing of the marketing clause, because as stated as well, since there's no ceiling, they could use some of the a little bit more put for, yeah, they could spend a bit over the 5,000. And I'm curious as to the inclusion of the pursue marketing options line. Thank you.
Definitely, I understand your question. And the reason why we added that, for example, 5,000 is the budget they Murag proposed, and they decided na, oh, we have this additional expenditure, but we don't want to increase the budget. They can also they have the right and the discretion to pursue marketing initiatives by soliciting sponsors, etc., etc. Like any other event here in the SUSG, they propose this budget, but they still continue with marketing initiatives.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Satisfied.
you.
Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. Point of inquiry to the proponents lang. Can you reiterate your reason why you amended the clause stating that this event should happen before the prelims into midterms?
Thank you for that inquiry. So the reason why is because the SUSG Finance Committee, like specifically this year, they found great difficulty in doing that because around prelims time was preparations for Genesis. Preparations and ongoing events for like Genesis and Hibalag, and SUSG Finance Committee is involved in all of those things, and they were not able to commit time to this because, and at the same time they had not been appointed yet because Committee on Appointments were still setting up their guidelines and stuff. So that's why we're adding a little bit more time for them, but still within reason that the councils and SUSG can still benefit from this. And of course, this is just to prevent future calendar changes from affecting us because we were under the impression that the August schedule was going to be much lasting longer than it has.
Satisfied, Madam Chair.
Move for the previous question.
Going once, going twice. Chairs, now the chair will now put a question on the adoption of this resolution with no amendments. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those not in favor, please raise your hand. All those who abstain, please raise your hand. With 39 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 abstentions, motion is carried. Congratulations, proponents. The chair would now like to relinquish her presiding seat to the Speaker of the Senate Assembly. Are there any objections? Presiding seat is relinquished.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tempore. Moving to our next resolution, we have a resolution requesting FMAS to replace round doorknobs with lever-type doorknobs at Ozoa Hall. The chair summons the proponents to discuss the resolution.
Good afternoon, honorable representatives. Our resolution to request the FMAS to replace round doorknobs with lever type at Ozoa Hall is rooted in the accessibility and inclusivity advocacy of our institution, that we believe it is core aspect of a safe and equitable learning environment. Also, the current round doorknobs in our Ozoa Hall pose challenges to the students, wherein some of the doorknobs, as attached on the appendix, also has issues with its functionality because some of the doorknobs are not able to be replaced. And we have seen that this current round doorknobs requires challenges in terms of motion and grip, which can be difficult to persons with mobility impairments or issues. And replacing this lever type doorknobs, we believe that this will make it more easier to operate and more compliant to the universal design and accessibility standards, wherein lever handles can be used with minimal efforts and can be operated with either elbow or forearm when hands are occupied.
So this small but meaningful change will significantly improve ease of access, safety, and inclusivity here in Silliman. And also, Silliman's University to commitment to providing a barrier-free environment for all members of its community. Moreover, it reflects the university continued adherence to the principles of Magna Carta law, Magna Carta for Persons with Disabilities, or the Republic Act number 7277, which encourages institutions to remove physical barriers and access participation. So by implementing this improvement, Silliman University continues to uphold its mission of fostering an environment that supports the dignity, well-being, and full participation of every Sillimanian. That's all, Mr. Chair.
The limitation to 15 minutes. Representative Amaros first, followed by Representative Pasco.
Thank you for the question. So upon our consultation with the AFMAS, we expressed to them the intent of this resolution and to really stipulate or stand our ground on the accessibility, which is the outcome of these doorknobs. And upon their consultation, they said nga it's going to be a long-term project. However, they would be willing and put priority as well on the existing broken doorknobs to slowly implement it throughout the preceding years as well. So we acknowledge it's really a long-term project. However, it's a start to having more accessible places here in the university. And the reason as well as why we chose Ozoa Hall is because aside from the fact that it's a platform of the COE representatives, it's also the most heavy foot traffic areas in the university because it's the melting pot of the students. And it's also the 4-story building here in Silliman University.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chair. Was there any discussion of including other buildings in the campus?
Yes, there was. However, again, as we stated, Ozoa Hall is one of the most heavy foot traffic areas in campus. Since it's a 4-story building, we have to ensure that it's also one of the most accessible and PWD friendly buildings in the campus. So for those representatives who'd also like to include other buildings in the near future, they can also write a separate resolution for that. However, since it's a really long-term project, it would be a good stepping stone to start with one building as to also not put so much burden on FMAS.
Satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Apologies. Further inquiries?
Apologies. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. In your reserve further clause for that this shall not cause any increase in the fees of the students. Now, I do agree that this will safeguard in terms of emphasizing the cost that it would not be covered by, it would be covered by the university's facilities or maintenance budget. But if FMAS finds it financially difficult to replace all doorknobs at once, what mechanism will ensure that the project's continuation?
So regarding that, the current state actually is FMAS has an existing warehouse of doorknobs because they have a supplier as to replacing like doorknobs, fixing broken doorknobs in campus actually. So they have an existing warehouse of doorknobs. If this resolution were to be implemented, that's just an added to their existing already. So it's basically like in layman's terms the same budget but just a different doorknob. So that's why we added this clause so that because it would not even so increase the fees of the students. And additionally, it's also included in their proposal to the admin. So since it's part of their maintenance system in FMAS, it doesn't have any additional fees. And additionally, since it's a very, very gradual project, it's not that financially heavy as well on FMAS's part because they're prioritizing broken doorknobs right now for their replacement. So it's not an all-at-once thing. It's like a very, very slow, gradual replacement of the doorknobs.
Okay, thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Point of inquiry, during your consultations with FMAS, did they already have plans in implementing the lever type doorknobs or was it not in their like ganun?
Okay, so to answer your inquiry, the time that we were able to consult with the engineer of the facilities management, they were open to the idea. And the current action that they're currently doing is just replacing the round doorknobs with with round itself. But the engineer also expressed the openness of the idea to change it to the lever type doorknobs because of how we express the accordance to the design and to the general principle of being more accessible and inclusive to students. So they also assured us that if this is the type of the direction that we're going through as assembly, the FMAS is also willing to go with that direction and be able to support the students' initiative.
Satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that's one of the first things we raised, actually, the RA. And that is why we stated as well the importance of this resolution to the engineer because not only does it make mention of that law, but additionally, it also expedites the process at the same time. So, yes, the senior high school building is, senior high, I believe is already implementing that, if I'm not mistaken. But yes, we stated to her that this resolution, because she read the initial draft of the resolution actually, and she saw the RA 777, which the first thing is which is the first thing we raised. So yes, she is aware of it. However, as of their current systems, their warehouse, the existing doorknobs in ang warehouse kay ang around.
Further inquiries? Representative Macaroba.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would move to amend whereas clause 7, or as clause 7 to add at the end accessibility law RA 27277 and its IRR BP 344. As it's the IRR which mostly makes mention of the lever type doorknob.
Thank you so much, Rep. So this IRR is the BP 344 implementing rules and regulations and amendments minimum requirements for accessibility. And it states there that lever type doorknobs are the doorknobs that need to be used for any institutions for accessibility.
Okay, so there's been a motion to amend. Are there any seconds to that motion? Okay. Are there any discussions aside from what was just presented? Going once, going twice. Chair is none. Motion is carried. Further discussions? Going once, going twice. Chair hears none. We'll put the question. All those in favor of the adoption of this resolution with its amendments, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those not in favor? Those in abstention? With 41 in favor, 0 not in favor, this resolution is accepted with its amendments. Congratulations to the proponents. Next resolution is a resolution institutionalizing student representatives from SU-NSTP to be included in the SUSG straw grievance desk. The chair summons the proponents to present.
Okay, good afternoon to the Honorable Assembly. So this resolution is a resolution institutionalizing student representatives from the Silliman University National Training and Service Program, NSTP, to be included in the Silliman University Student Government Students' Rights and Welfare Committee Grievance Desk, or SUSG Straw Grievance Desk. So this resolution was a fruit of the communication letter that was sent by the previous the 34th SUSG representative na in regards to the issues dito sa NSTP with the excessive asking of funds and basta many problems and the lack of transparency. And during our with the communication letter, the ad hoc committee for the NSTP affairs was created. And during our consultation, Dr. Cleope actually urged us representatives from the ad hoc committee to continue with the monitoring of the NSTP program. However, we could not do that because we were an ad hoc committee. So we actually proposed that we would have student representatives from each program sa under NSTP to be included in the grievance desk. So those student representatives would act as the liaison sa diretso sila sa straw. So if ever man gani na concerns again with the lack of transparency, or if ever man gani other issues that are raised during with the cadets sa NSTP, it would be directed sa straw so that they could find ways to resolve the concerns if ever man gani dili madala og raised dito sa ilang mga advisors and coordinators. So with this resolution, we actually added a guidelines on how they will elect these representatives, because dili man gud siya similar sa college councils where they would just forward the names. With this, they would actually elect the student representatives themselves, and it would be different from ROTC, CWTS, and NSTP. So we have added general provisions and also the requirement na needed to be eligible as a student representative sa grievance desk. And we also added a code of conduct for the NSTP representatives to uphold.
Thank you, proponents. Are there any motions to accept the resolution? Representative, I don't know who was first, but I will just choose lang. Representative Macrobo. Properly moved and seconded. Floor is now open for discussion with a 15-minute limit.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. So we would like to amend under Article 3 for process of election, Section 3 for Reserve Officers Training Corps, Civic Welfare Training Services, and Literacy Training Service. Section 3, instead of QPA of 2.5 or higher, it has been raised that most of the NSTP cadets are from senior high school. So instead of QPA, this is to be changed to general average of 85 per percentage.
Also, the reason why it was 85 is because
There's been a motion to make such amendment. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. I will now discuss that.
So just to clarify why it is amended to 85% is because the QPA was actually based on the Committee on Appointments guidelines, where the minimum to be a chairperson or like a representative of any sorts in the student government is 2.5. So we apply that and like change ganon, and it's 85%, which is we believe also is the bare minimum na pod if you are to be a representative for your program.
Need further discussions on the amendment? Going once, going twice, chairs none, amendment is carried. Further discussions? Representative Rosal.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I believe this is just a technical error. In the title, it says National Training and Service Program when the NSTP stands for National Service Training Program.
Okay. So can you please make that a formal motion? Okay, wait. Okay, what is it supposed to say? National Training, not NTSP. Okay, gets now. Okay, please make the formal motion.
I move to strike out from the title National. I move to strike out training and service and adding service training in the same location. I move to strike out the National Training and Service Program from the title and replacing it with National Service Training Program.
Can you please make your voice louder? Okay. Wait. So before that, just for the sake of the live, the inquiry was on resolve further number 5 and the jurisdiction on who gets to enforce discipline to those who don't abide by resolve number 5, which states that NSTP grievance representatives shall adhere to the code of conduct stipulated in Appendix B. So proponents, you may answer.
Okay. So it is actually stipulated in Article 6, the disciplinary jurisdiction and accountability, where the judiciary of the SUSG will be the ones who will decide the sanctions to the representatives who do not adhere to the code of conduct, because if they are to be elected as NSTP representatives, they will automatically serve under the SUSG because they are under straw.
Satisfied? Okay. Further discussions? Going once. Representative Macarobo.
Thank you for the recognition. I have a point of inquiry. Since you guys placed the judiciary of the SUSG, have you consulted with the justices if this is under the jurisdiction, or if it's, or it's already like provided in the Constitution? Is this immediately under their jurisdiction? Because usually the judiciary is the last resort. So in this case, murag nahimo siyag first remedy na sila dayon. Has it already been consulted with Prime Justice or any Associate Justice?
Thank you for that question, Representative. Unfortunately, we weren't able to consult with judiciary, but we based this from Resolution number 32, series of 2022, otherwise known as the Code of Conduct and Ethical Behaviors for the SUSG.
Okay, thank you. Satisfied?
Further discussions? Going once? Going twice? Once again, are there further chairs here talking factors or manifestations
Hello. So, regarding the concern of Rep. Macarubo, an amendment would be made for Article 6, Disciplinary Jurisdiction and Accountability. So, Section 1 will be investigation. The Students' Rights and Welfare Committee shall have the right to conduct a preliminary investigation in the event that ANSTB representatives violate any provision of this code. And the succeeding sections, jurisdiction, disciplinary procedure, penalty, succession, will be under Section 1. So Section 2, 3, 4, 5.
Any discussions on the amendment? Going once, going twice, it's carried. Further discussions? Okay. Representative Ozoa.
For the recognition, Mr. Chair, I'd like to raise a technical error. Instead of any provisions, it's supposed to be any provisions with an S. So I'm just gonna edit that, Mr. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to repeal my initial motion.
Okay, your motion is taken back. Further discussions? Going once, going twice. Chair hears none. All those in favor of this resolution with its amendments, please raise your hand. Thank you. All those not in favor of this resolution? All those in abstention? We have 39 in favor, 0 not in favor. This resolution is carried or is accepted with its amendments. Congratulations to the proponents. Next resolution is a resolution institutionalizing the Miss Silliman Advocacy, formerly known as the Miss Silliman Foundation. The chair wants the proponents to present the resolution.
Hello. Okay. So this is a resolution institutionalizing the Miss Silliman Advocacy, formerly known as the Miss Silliman Foundation. So for background, the Miss Silliman Foundation has long been standing like it's a long-standing foundation within the Miss Silliman Committee. That's very imperative because the Miss Silliman is known to be a very advocacy-centered pageant. So the Miss Silliman Foundation is there to execute those advocacies and really give back to the community. So that's the main essence of the foundation. However, for transparency as well, during the 77th Miss Silliman, the foundation wasn't implemented because of certain changes within the people handling the Miss Silliman committee at that time. So there were a lot of controversy that the Miss Silliman faced. And additionally, the candidates themselves did their own initiatives na lang since the committee during that time was inactive already after the pageant, which shouldn't be the case. So what is this reso for? It's to safeguard the existence of the foundation, but under a different name. So our intent is to institutionalize the function of Miss Silliman Foundation, but will now be known as the Miss Silliman Advocacy, because the reason as well as to why we're changing the name is because the term foundation is not legally appropriate, because for something to be called a foundation, it has to be registered under the SEC of the Philippines rather. So that is why we're changing it to Miss Silliman Advocacy instead of Miss Silliman Foundation. The people that we consulted for this resolution is number one, Attorney Myres. She's the founder of the Miss Silliman Foundation. She was SG President back in the 1900s, I think the late 1900s. So she was the founder. 1990s, yes. So she was the founder of the Silliman Foundation. So we did a consultation with her, and she was in supporter of the intent of this resolution. Number two, we consulted with the Supervisory Council. That's Ma'am Jeriel and Ma'am Cristel. They're the existing Supervisory Council right now, the Miss Silliman Committee. And number three, we also consulted the Miss Silliman Committee, the existing chairpersons and vice chairpersons. That's Josh and the team and Emily as well. And last person we consulted was Kuya B. So he also read, yes, we consulted Kuya B regarding this resolution. And the Vice President as well.
Thank you, proponents. Any motions to accept? Representative Villa Flores.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to accept the resolution to the floor.
Properly moved and seconded. Floor is open for discussion for 15 minutes. Discussions? Going once? Going twice? Going thrice? Okay, with no with no discussions wanted, we'll now put the question. All those in favor of this resolution, please raise your hand. All those not in favor. All those in abstention. I can't. Don't say anything. Go ahead. If you just bring up the objection, then I can bring us back to discussion. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I would like to object because we would like to address something stated in the resolution, specifically in.
Okay, before you bring up what you're going to discuss, so the objection here is to bring back the discussion because they came up with their manifestation after we proceeded to vote. So you don't need to second the objection. So we'll just quickly proceed just to put it on vote on the objection. So all those in favor of sustaining the objection, meaning we will be going back to discussion, say aye. Aye. Not in favor, say nay. Okay, by the voice of it, it is unanimous that this assembly wishes to go back to discussion. So we'll now go back. So you may now make your manifestation.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. We would just like to raise a point of inquiry regarding Article 3 structure. It only shows an image and not in word form explaining how this will go, because usually when we put guidelines, usually we put it in word form explaining the structure, and images are only supplementary. So is this a technical error that you forgot to include a word form, or was this intentional?
For that, we actually put the explanations of each in the Article 4, duties and responsibilities, and the specific people assigned for these roles are stipulated in usually the first letter or for the first bullet. So if you'd like, we can make an amendment to include the first bullet or the specific description of who the person is for each to be included instead in Article 3. And then in Article 4, it will really just be mainly on the duties and responsibilities and not who the person or how the person is appointed in anymore. So we can include that in Article 3.
Yes, Representative, that would be better.
I'd like to make a motion, Mr. Chair, to amend Article 3 structure to include the description of each of the position stipulated in the structure of Article 3.
There's been a motion to make such amendment. Are there any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Will you be sending the... wait. Can you repeat the amendment again? Just...
We will be placing the description that is currently at Article 4 of each position in Article 3 and transferring it to Article 3 instead of Article 4.
So you're basically merging the articles?
No, we're just like rearrange some bullets.
Okay. Representative Maputi.
Insights as well. I think it's lacking if you only transfer some descriptions from Article 4 to Article 3, because I think the description that is needed in Article 3 is about the structure. So since you have placed there Ms. Silliman committee advisor like on top and then below that, so I think that's how you should describe in word form the structure, and you should describe how the organization is structured, because in Article 4, it already enumerates like the specific duties. So I think that's the word form that I would like to propose to the proponents.
So do you propose that Article 4 be merged with Article 3 instead?
Not necessarily, because Article 4 is the duties and responsibilities. So there, I was reading your descriptions. It already talks about what these specific people will be doing. But I think the necessary description that is needed in word form in Article 3 structure is basically like the flow of the officers or the people here. So for instance, that let's say like in case that there's something
There are specific stipulations for that. For example, in Section 2, Ms. Silliman Committee Chairperson, letter B, automatically assume the role of Ms. Silliman Advocacy Director in the event that the current director is unable to perform or continue their duties. And it's also in Section 4, letter A, be directly under the supervision of the Ms. Silliman Advocacy Director in matters relating to the Ms. Silliman Advocacy. Additionally, if I may add, I believe the structure is also quite self-explanatory, since the hierarchy system is already seen in the arrows system as well, placed in the structure.
Session's called back to order. Please settle down. Okay, we have conferred with the proponents, and the group who brought up the concern have conferred, and a plan has been made.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. I would like to retract my motion to amend the resolution.
Okay, motion has been retracted.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. So, for the purpose that the proponents can make the necessary proper amendments, I move to lay this resolution on the table.
Okay, to explain, laying on the table, it means that we will be within the session, we will be postponing this to another time. But at any point in the session, we can take it back after the next main motion is taken care of. So let's say after the next resolution, we finish discussing, someone makes a motion to bring this back from the table. We can resume discussion, because that was the only way I could see that the matter that between the group and the proponents could be resolved within the same day without us having to postpone this to the next session. So this idea works. So yeah, are there any seconds to the motion? Properly moved and seconded. Any discussions? Okay, all those in favor of laying on the table, please raise your hand. Higher, please. All those not in favor. Abstentions. With 40 in favor and 1 abstention, this motion is carried. We'll proceed to discuss this resolution when it's brought back from the table. Thank you. Until then, proponents, please make the amendments necessary. Next resolution is a resolution amending the SUSG Dorm Life Committee Charter, defining the roles and responsibilities and clear distinction between the Dormitory Resident Council. Logistics, can you please increase the temperature of this? Make it higher, please. It's cold for some people here. Increase the temperature going up. Make it less colder. Proponents, go ahead.
All right, so good afternoon to the Honorable Assembly. Now, a resolution amending the SUSG Dorm Life Committee, or DLC Charter, defining the roles and responsibilities and clear distinction between the Council or
So really, this resolution stems from the internal conflict between the jurisdiction of DLC and DRC, because their roles and responsibilities overlap. So DLC is under the SUSG, and currently it is in charge with mga dormitory events, dormitory-related activities, as well as mga grievances. Now, the Dormitory Resident Council pod is under the SHRD. So it has existed way before the pandemic. However, it has no charter. So, DRC actually is a part na sa SHRD manual. So, according to what is stated po sa SHRD manual, it overlaps with what is stated sa current nga charter of DLC. So, to give context, DRC was created way before the pandemic, and then it has only been revived, or it has only been re-established balik last year. And the DLC current charter was created last 2022. So upon reviewing the charter of the DLC, we have noticed that there are provisions from the old SUSG Constitution that needs to be updated, as well as there are provisions that are no longer in practice. So this also, additionally,
the charter also needs to be able, it also needs to redefine the roles and responsibilities now that DRC is reestablished and officially part of the SHRD manual. So the previous dynamics between DLC and DRC, way before the pandemic, they were more on verbal and mutual agreements lang. There were no written agreements or charter, for example, sa DRC. So there are factors that we have to include, given nga pila na pod ka years ang ni labay. For example, factors like the change in administration or change in student leadership, as well as the pandemic shift. Now, with this amended charter, we have made it clear the roles and responsibilities between DRC and DLC along with their jurisdiction. So now the main differences is that to emphasize that DLC is under SUSG and that DRC is under SHRD. Now their main function is that SUSG can or is in charge with programs or initiatives, while DRC is mainly on the governance or internal governance within dorm-related concerns or the student residents. So this includes its management and the implementations. Now, DLC's level of operation is university-wide, while DRC is dorm level. Now, we also stipulated in this resolution that DRC and DLC will maintain will be complementary, so they will help each other hand in hand gihapon. And we have discussed this or proposed this with both DLC and DRC as well as with SHRD, and all offices or all committees are okay ra sila. And then they have actually stated that they like the initiative because it would be a great help. That is all. Thank you.
Are there any motions on the floor? Representative Villa Flores.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to accept the resolution to the floor.
Properly moved and seconded. Floor is open for discussion with 15-minute limit.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to point out a technical error that should be amended. Basically, sa principal authors, for Representative Ulrico Calasang, it states na College of Arts and Science when it should be College of Performing and Visual Arts.
Technical amendment carried. Further discussions? Going once, going twice. Chair hears and sees none. With that, all those in favor of this resolution as is, please raise your hand. All those not in favor? In abstention? With 42 in favor, 0 not in favor, this resolution is carried. Congratulations. Okay. Our next resolution, a resolution institutionalizing an SUSG student internship financial aid program through the SUSG Educational Services Committee. The chair summons the proponents.
Good afternoon, representatives. So we're presenting a resolution institutionalizing a Silliman University student internship financial aid program through the SUSG Educational Services Committee. So this resolution has really been long in the making because we've gone through so many consultations to make this resolution since it's quite a heavy one. So this resolution is of course to provide financial aid for the students. It's quite similar to UTGP or the SUSG scholarship because a financial aid is a privilege, it's not a right. So of course they have to go through requirements, deliberations, evaluations for them to be accepted into this program. So how this will happen is the Educational Services Committee, they will be the ones spearheading the whole process when it comes to the financial aid program for the student interns. They will go through an application process. That's through filling up application forms. They have requirements as well. And once they're finished or doing their interviews, that's where they will be deliberated if they will be accepted as grantees for that year or not. So the appropriation for this will be 50,000. And it will be equally, not equally divided, but it will be up to the discretion of the EDSER on how they want to allocate the 50,000 for their pool of grantees for that year.
Yeah, so to walk you through the application process, so basically the interns can apply of up to 7,000 for the fund, and the fund will be released to them, and then after they will provide a liquidation report to the SUSG Educational Services Committee and to the Finance Committee.
So for our consultations, we've consulted with EDSER, FinanceCom, and as well as the League of Governors because we also really wanted that this program be inclusive to all the internships that happen through different departments and colleges, since we're also aware that each internship process for each department is different. So to ensure that this is inclusive and applicable to all colleges, we consulted with the League of Governors, and we've had a very intensive consultation as well on how their internship processes go to make sure that this can be applied to them as well, or their students are applicable to apply for this program as well.
And regarding the 50,000, it will also be subject to an evaluation by the committee, and they may suggest to the future SUSG regarding the amount, if ever dili siya enough or if ever dagan ra ang 50,000.
And with regards to its mechanization, we have included in Resolve Further 8 the guidelines and application procedures that are to be followed by the implementing bodies.
Thank you, proponents. Are there any motions to accept the resolution? Representative Marbon. Say it loud. Say it loud. Any seconds? Properly been seconded.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. We would like to make a technical amendment for Resolve Further 7 that to strike out 2025 to 2026 and replace it with 2026 to 2027. To strike out Resolve Further 7. Yes. 2026 to 2027, Mr.
Any seconds to the motion? Properly moved and seconded. Any discussions? Going once? Going twice? Chair is none. Motion is carried.
We would also like to make an amendment for our guidelines, specifically Article 6, the accountability and sanctions, because we would like to define what due process is, and we would also like to we will send the amendment to the GC. As we will define what the due process is, and we have also stated there the process and the sanction for each violation. The amendment is sent to the GC, Mr. Chair. So we will be adding, we will be basically amending section 3 and adding section adding section 3. Yeah. Inserting a new section, which is section 3, and amending the previous section, previous section 3 into section 4, and also adding new guidelines.
Any seconds to the motion? Properly moved and seconded. The amendment has been sent to the main group chat. Are there any discussions? The chair will give a short time for them to peruse through the amendment. In case there be any discussion on the amendments. Okay, Representative Dizon. The amendment sent by the opponents. Okay, so we'll get back to you later. Thank you. Further discussions on the amendments proposed. Going once, going twice. Chair's none. Amendment is carried. Representative Dizon, you are free to give your point of inquiry. See, okay.
So I'll answer that question, compartmentalizing it into two. First is the QPA. So upon our consultation, actually initially this was 2.5, and then when we consulted with the LOG, they did express to us that 2.5 is quite of a high number, especially for health allied courses who have a hard time attaining above 2.5 grades. That is why it's been adjusted already to 2.0 from the previous semester. So that grade will be certified or validated through their procurement of their application requirement, which is the certificate of grades from the admissions office or their department grade that they will be getting through their requirement. Number 2 is the no disciplinary record. For us, this one is more important, and we're putting a premium on this because, once again, a financial aid is a privilege, it's not a right. So it's designed in a way where it won't be accessible to all students, or rather, not all students will be able to benefit from it. So that is why we added a no disciplinary record provision there, because it is important for us as well that the people we're giving a financial aid to are students that are reliable.
For students when it comes to the disciplinary criteria.
For that is something that we will be leaving up to the discretion of the Educational Services Committee already.
Okay, satisfied, Mr. Chair. Thank you, proponents.
Okay, further discussions. Representative Ozoa.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would just like to raise a point of inquiry about Article 2, Section 2.
For the bullet points, yes, it is a technical error. It should have been letters. And the funds is a standalone sentence. because it's related to Section 2. Oh, apologies, Mr. Chair. If it would be okay with the representatives, we'd like to make an amendment to put it in a separate section, which is Section 3. So I'd like to make the motion to amend the paragraph, the funds under Section 2 will be a separate section, Section 3.
First, we'll take the technical amendment is carried. And then now, the motion is to separate that last paragraph in Section 2 into its own separate section. Any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Any discussions? Going once, going twice. Chairs none. Amendment is carried. Representative Macarubo, you're recognized. Up to the word. Okay. The amendment is to strike out the words, the phrase "up to." Okay. Hey, so up to. Hey, it's just up to. Or up to. Okay. Say the amendment again, please. I know. Wait, it's to strike out up to, diba? That's what I've been saying. Okay, gets okay. So it's up to finalized. Okay, any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Any discussions? Okay, carried.
Yes, so we have actually consulted with President Malala regarding the allocation, and he also would recommend the 50,000 as this is a fund that would a lot of undergraduate programs would avail to. And regarding the fund, if ever it is not utilized, it will go back to the general fund. And after the first implementation, the committee may also recommend certain changes to the allocation, or yes, to the allocation of the 50,000.
Further discussions? Representative Mohamed. Microphone, please.
I would like to ask proponents. I would like to ask the proponents if they're amenable in removing the commas between Article 2, Section 1, removing the commas before the phrase sourced from the Silliman University Student Government General Fund. So removing the commas before and after and replacing the commas with an M dash, since technically this phrase is an emphasis. So instead of commas, M dash na lang. Okay. I move to remove the commas before and after this phrase sourced from the Silliman University Student Government SUSG General Fund and replace the commas with an M dash instead. So there will be an M dash before sourced and M dash after fund. This is just to make things more clear.
English graduate, is this amendment correct? You are the expert. Okay. Are there any objections or discussions? Going once, going twice. Carries none. Amendment is carried. Further discussions? A little bit over 3 minutes left. Further discussions? Going once, going twice. There is none. All those in favor of this resolution? All those in favor of this resolution, please raise your hand. In favor with its amendments. With 41 in favor, 0 not in favor, this resolution is accepted.
Appropriations and supplemental budget proposals of the Silliman University Student Government. So the main purpose of this resolution is to maximize the purpose of the Committee on Appropriation. This policy will establish a new system on how we will do our appropriations and in turn supplemental budget proposals. So, I will give an overview basically on how this new policy will work. So, for example, So our new appropriation system, because the current appropriation system we follow does not reflect the true intention of what an appropriation should be. It does not reflect the projected expenditure of the SUSG because it only includes institutionalized funds and not even institutionalized events. So what we plan to do is to maximize, number one, the purpose of the Committee on Appropriations, and number two, to maximize the full intention of a general appropriations. So what we plan to include here is all the expected expenditures of the cabinet and other SUSG entities. And the process of this will be similar to how the Philippine government does their general appropriations. So number one, it must come from the cabinet and other SUSG entities, which we will find in Article 5 with Administration Expenditure Program or AEP. In this document, the cabinet and other SUSG entities will outline their projected expenditure for that semester. And after that, it will be presented to the Committee on Appropriation for it to be scrutinized and deliberated upon. And then, the members of the Committee on Appropriations will author a resolution basically outlining what was stated in the Administrative Expenditure Program, which will now be the General Appropriations Resolution. And that will in turn be presented to the Assembly for approval and additional deliberations. So it still upholds the purpose of the Assembly as the purse of the SUSG because it will be approved by everyone in the floor. And in turn, this will change the current finance system that we have. So the budget proposals will in turn be supplemental budget proposals because with the intention of this resolution, all budget proposals will be presented at the start of the school year. Basically, the Administrative Expenditure Program is one big budget proposals, and all other budget proposals after that will be supplemental, which means it will aid some. For example, in this event, they need an emergency and they need more money, so they will pass a supplemental budget proposal. And if ever, for example, there's a calamity that happened here and there's donation initiatives from the cabinet and other SUSG entities, they can submit a supplemental budget proposal to address that concern. So that's it. We are open to questions.
And before it's mentioned, we do acknowledge a technical amendment based on what is shown on screen. So we will be addressing it after this resolution is moved to be accepted.
Thank you, proponents. Are there any motions on the floor? Yes, Representative Gunot. Properly moved and seconded. The floor is now open for discussions. The chair will limit the discussion to 15 minutes. Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to amend Article 5, Section 4 and replacing the underline with IX.
Second.
There has been a motion to amend Article 5, Section 4. Technical amendment has been carried. Are there any further discussions? Yes, Representative Arbon.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Speaker. I would like to verify to the proponents whether or not under Article 6, Section 9, there's a word floating there called executive branch. Likewise, for Section 11, under it, it also says other SUSG entities. Is this a technical error?
Thank you for that question, representatives. It's not a technical error. It just categorizes the sections under that article. It gives emphasis lang po.
And follow-up question: are the proponents to putting on Section 10 mismo, on the line Section 10, let's say Section 10 executive branch period, then the phrase proceeding?
Thank you for that. If I may suggest something else instead, for each of those categorizations, we put letters. because it's similar to how we write it in the Constitution and other resolutions like this. We just put letters in as letters outlining them instead of putting them as sections.
With that, I would like to make a motion to amend the resolution by adding a letter to the executive branch.
And the other
G.
Okay.
Properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Going once, going twice. Chair is none. Motion is carried. Are there further discussions? Yes.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to raise a technical error under Article 5, Administrative Expenditure Program. There are two Section 3s. We would like, that's a technical error.
We move to amend the entire article to have the section numbers be in proper order.
There's been a motion to amend Article 5 by enumerating the sections in proper order. Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections to this motion? Going once, going twice, chair is none. The amendment is carried. Are there further discussions? Representative Mohamed.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I believe this one is going to be a little petty. I would like to point out a technical amendment in Article 6, Section 1 and Section 3. It seems that the spaces are misaligned. Perhaps there's an extra space between Section and 1 and Section and 3. So perhaps I move to amend by removing the extra space in Section 1 and Section 3. And as well as Section 7, apparently. If you take a look, Section 7 is also looking weird. Really? Why is it like that? Okay, never mind. I'm really sorry. Thank you.
Further discussions? Going once, going twice, going thrice. The chair now puts the question on the adoption of this resolution with its amendments. For those who are in favor, please raise your hand. Those who are not in favor, please raise your hand. Any abstentions? With 41 in favor, 0 not in favor, and 0 abstentions, this resolution is adopted with its amendments. Congratulations, proponents. The chair will like to relinquish its seat to the Speaker of the Student Assembly. Are there any objections? Chair hears none. Chair hears none. The presiding seat is now relinquished.
Thank you, Deputy Minority Floor Leader. Up next, we're just waiting for Deputy Majority Floor Leader to preside the session in the future. Okay. Seeing that the proponents of the Ms. Silliman Advocacy Resolution are ready, can someone make the motion to bring back from the table their resolution? Representative Gunot. Properly moved and seconded. Motion is the resolution is brought back on the table. Can you please restart? It was back to 8 minutes. Okay. Proponents.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. We'd like to make a motion to amend Article 3 structure to include the Ms. Silliman Advocacy Resolution, Article 3 structure, the one we sent it in the GC, the new amendments. So this one already is a worded out version of it, and then the picture we stipulated it in the appendix instead.
Are there any seconds? Okay, properly moved and seconded. Are there any discussions? Are the representatives ready? Were able to open the file sent by the proponents? Okay, I'm getting some thumbs ups. Again, any discussions on the amendments? Okay, the chair hears none. All those in favor of this amendment, please say aye. Not in favor, say nay. Majority has it, this amendment is carried. Further discussions on the resolution as a whole? Representative Tevez.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. We move to amend Article 4 to strike out letter A of Section 5, letter A of Section 1, and letter A of Section 4, and letter A of Section 5, and letter A of Section 6, and letter A of Section 7, to ensure that it is not redundant with the newly added amendments for Section 3. So letter A for Section 1, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Any seconds? Properly moved and seconded. Are there any objections or discussions on the amendment? Going once? Going twice? Chairs none. Amendment is carried. Further amendments or discussions? Okay. Going once? Going twice? Chairs none. Will now put the question. All those in favor of this resolution with its amendments, please raise your hand. Not in favor? Okay, any abstentions? Okay, with 41 in favor, 0 not in favor, this resolution is accepted with its amendments. Congratulations to the proponents. Next resolution is okay, go ahead. Session suspended for 5 minutes. Session's called back to order. We'll now proceed to the next resolution. Hang on, my thing disconnected. Hang on. Okay, the next resolution is a resolution establishing a code of conduct for student council auditors. The chair summons the proponents to present the resolution.
Hello. So good evening, representatives. We have created a resolution establishing a code of conduct for student council auditors because we recognize the importance of the role of the auditors in the student councils. They are kind of like the last line of defense for the accuracy and the completeness of the financial records of every council. And of course, considering that we are talking about the money of the students, we have to safeguard these money in the best way that we could. And by establishing a code of conduct for student council auditors, we are able to properly outline their roles, we are properly able to define what they're supposed to do. We have also provided sanctions in case of gross misconduct or gross negligence on their part. So we have provided as well provisions as to how they should be treating liquidation reports. And the importance of the role of auditors is that they are not supposed to take active participation in the curation of the financial statements of their councils because they are supposed to review this and provide the student council or their constituents the assurance that the financial statements released by their student council is accurate and has proper supporting documents. We have also added a basic framework for how they are going to function as council auditors, and then their deliverables as well, and as to when these deliverables are supposed to be due. We have defined the minor events and major events, and we have provided the number of days as to when the review of the liquidation reports of such events should be finalized or be approved by their council auditors and their council. Done.
Any motions to accept? Representative Rosell. Properly moved and seconded, floor is now open for discussion. 15 minutes. Okay. Go. Any discussions? Going once, Representative Mabuti.
The reason why we didn't specify this because it's up to the discretion of every administration of Goa on how they will handle this. But On the top of my head, I believe proper communication with the League of Governors first so that they can tap with their local COMELEC. And yes, that's it. Reaching out via communication.
For that rep, it depends on the college because most colleges, they hold their annual elections at the end of the school year. It may be at various dates, but it will still be held. So the envision for this is the informing them and educating them is this is not just one big activity that all colleges are supposed to attend immediately, but upon communication between the COA and the colleges, they will make a time and a date that the appointees or the runners for the position of auditor will be able to convene so that they may discuss. This also, since in our code of conduct, since we also provided sanctions, we decided that there should be proper education so that the appointees or those running for auditor know what they're going into when they accept the position and if they win.
I think I'd like to clarify, thank you, on when the COA will do this, like, because I understand that the different councils have different dates, like stipulated or mandated in their constitutions. But when will COA, because you mentioned, right, that they will contact the LOG. So when will COA work on this? Like, would it be before the year ends?
It will, following resolve further 6, it will automatically take effect next semester. So by next sem, they will already begin communications.
Oh, okay, okay. Satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Point of inquiry to the proponents, because here ang gikuha na inform and educate those running for the position of auditor. However, from my college, our council structure is really weird where we only elect the governor and the vice governor and the other positions are appointed for by the former position kuan, pero we're gonna probably revise that. Pero if ever mangani, how will you kuan, they still be part of this information, education, dissemination?
Okay, for that has since dili man siya election, then once they are appointed, they are mandated to join the finance workshop. Since we only made mention here na for election lang, so they are subject to the finance workshop lang po. They will still be educated through the finance workshop. That's why we amended the finance workshop to include policies that require them, basically.
Okay. Satisfied, Mr. Chair.
A point of inquiry to the proponents. I would just like to ask for a clarification if this code of conduct applies to aspiring like students running for the position or already like those who are in the position.
This is only for those who are already in the position.
Sige, thank you.
I will put na lang a distinction. So the code of conduct itself is only applicable for auditors. However, Resolve Further 4 is applicable for all those running for position of auditor.
So basically, before being elected into the position, they will only be oriented as to their role. But once they are already in the position, they are already elected. That's when they would be bound to follow the code of conduct. Okay, since there are sanctions, we can't impose those sanctions on those nga dili elected yet.
Okay, satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. Point of inquiry to the proponents. What will happen if resolved further number 4 kay dili siya mabuhat. Like if ever man gani like running for the position of auditor niya, wala na buhat na ang sa COA ang kanang pag-orient. Like is there something na murajog?
In this case, they would still be bound because they need to attend this to be informed, and their non-attendance would be taken as a waiver. So in this case, when they waive it, they means that they accept the code of conduct and any of its provisions.
Okay, satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I think it's still the same under resolve further clause number 4. I would just like to ask for perhaps the rationale of this, because we have discussed now, that the code of conduct for auditors will apply to those who will be elected as officers or as auditors. So I would like to know, like, what is the importance of really, like, for the COA to reach out to them before elections and informing them of this, when it will only apply to those na will be elected? So, rationale lang.
Thank you.
Why
The
it's-
rationale for this is, once again, because in this code, there's actually sanctions being imposed. So giving the runners the opportunity to actually be educated on the code would help them understand that the position they're running for actually has consequences, and it instills a sense of accountability and transparency for these auditors.
Representative Mohamed, followed by Representative Balbon.
Thank you for the acknowledgement, Mr. Chair. I would like to direct the Assembly to Article 5 liquidation reports, specifically Section 2 to Section 4. So it says that the liquidation reports for minor events shall be made no later than 5 days, as well as for major events, it's for 10 days. Now, the concern here is that these deadlines can probably be a little bit too tight, personally speaking. Like, what if councils would have multiple simultaneous events? So that would risk involuntary non-compliance. So perhaps shouldn't the point of inquiry is that should we just allow extensions under exceptional circumstances with approval, or what's the thought here?
The reason why we put these dates, because handling financial documents, especially thermal receipts, are delicate, very delicate. And in the event that there are multiple events, for example, in a council that has multiple events, all minor events, these dates helps them keep in mind that it's important, because there's a risk of procrastination kasi when it comes to liquidating events, and usually that's the case. That's why issues with transparency come up, because the receipt is already faded. It's important to set dates, especially when handling finance documents. And for us, being an experienced finance officer, from being a finance officer in an organization, a treasurer in a council, and a former chairperson for finance, without setting deadlines, other officers are bound to procrastinate. That's why it's important to set deadlines so that all documents will be accounted for as soon as possible.
I'd also like to add that if we add more days to the deadline, this would also expose us to the risk of losing the important documents to support the transactions that were made. And because of this, the liquidation reports wouldn't balance, in a sense, if there are those receipts that would be missing, or those thermal receipts that would already be faded. So the timeliness of the liquidation reports is really very important, and we can't extend that for longer days.
So to clarify, basically you are providing no extension here.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hello.
I would
like thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would like to share lang my my sentiments going back sa resolve further clause number 4. Yes, I would like to ask lang it is already stated naman that all different colleges have different timelines of their election period, 'di ba? So, like how do you plan on going through this unless if discuss mo with the governors there's this timeline where you guys sabot na dira mo mag-run sila, it would be easier nya coming from na ni open up pa jud si rep about their situation with their election. I would just like to ask if it would be better na lang instead before running the position, pwede siya after they get elected. Kay it's not like after they get elected for their position, sila na dayon mo take into the position within that school year. Next year pa man ma-implement. Dili siya pwede within the summer break na lang para it's easier for you guys to together with all the auditors of the colleges.
I'll answer the pinaka-end na question first on why it shouldn't be during summer after they're elected. Because once again, we're imposing sanctions. So when you go into a position, you have to already know what kind of duties and responsibilities you have. And by informing them after they're elected, now, oh, by the way, if something goes wrong, it's your fault. We need to inform them ahead of time so that they would in a way back out if ever that they don't agree with these sanctions. They have the option to back out before they're already posted sa Comelec of their council that they have won. And another one on why it's 14 calendar days before, as stated earlier, that we want to inform them while they're still running of the code of conduct and tell them that this would apply to them. So at the same time, they will have time to back out, and the councils will have time, not the councils, the parties running will have time to fill up the position of auditor.
And to add to that, it's actually easy to contact the governors through the LOG, and after this resolution is passed, this will be included in their agenda, so this will be discussed, and in that discussion, each governors will reveal the dates on when they plan to conduct their elections. So not necessarily na usata ng election, but Committee on Appropriations, after knowing those specific dates for each college elections, dira na sila mo send communications to their local COMELEC to partner with them sa pag-conduct ani na orientation to the aspiring council auditors.
Satisfied, Mr. Chair.
No. Okay, so I would like to ask or clarify lang from the proponents kay sa Article 5 liquidation reports, echoing Rep. Mohamed's sentiments ganina sa regarding sa deadlines. I would just like to ask like how do you say it nicely? I would just like to ask if diba that's already like the jurisdiction of the council or org if sila na mag-set og deadlines or kay based on what I know lang ang council or ang governor or ang chairperson mo in charge sa like deadlines of certain liquidation.
Okay, this is the purpose of the resolution, to standardize what a council auditor should do, how they should act, when should they pass very important documents. And if we leave that up to the discretion of each council, it can risk losing those documents that this code of conduct wish to protect. So let's say this, for example, hypothetically, this governor, if ibuhat siya na up to their discretion. What if this governor, he has the power to basically manipulate the documents. Kaya pwede na siya, like, extend ang deadline, hantod ma-fade na siya. So this is the reason why giset jud namo og specific dates, because 5 days after the event naman siya, not during the event. So by that time, usually, or by that time jud, naa na ang mga receipts daan. Like humana na ang transaction ba because the event is done. So muna na siya. I hope that answers your question.
15 minutes has already elapsed. So with this, wait, Aida. Okay, Representative Hamera followed by Balbon.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I would, in the interest of time, I'd just like to say my sentiments and really commend the proponents for this resolution, because as I was an auditor way back then, it was really hard to find a middle ground, or not necessarily a middle ground, but it was really hard to function because we weren't really oriented with our job. And with this resolution, as they have said that it standardized the work of an auditor, it also puts weight into the position that we have, because as auditors, we're told that we should work hand in hand with the treasurer, and that is preparing the liquidation reports, preparing our documents with them. And so with this resolution, I truly believe that this will help expedite, or not necessarily expedite, but help really standardize the process and make sure that the money that is being used in councils, because I have heard so many issues in regards to student councils with their auditors, with regards to their money. I have even just more than one council who had a problem with their finances last year and are currently having a problem now. So this resolution really helps that. Thank you.
Representative, please, what was your hand raised earlier? Please.
Mr. Kalasang's statement earlier, there are actually colleges who are gina-appoint lang ang ilang auditor. So, although I truly appreciate the intent of this resolution, no, but my question is regarding the resolve further clause 4. Will there be a seminar for certain councils who has no appointed or like elected auditors, especially if the election or like appointment will happen after the workshop? If so, do you have a modular or like something that would educate the appointed officers in case?
Thank you for that question. For that case, I would like to I would motion for an amendment so that we may also include appointed auditors, that they will that they will still be included in being informed and educated. But instead of it being placed with resolved further 4, it would now become resolved further 5. We'll just insert something in the middle and we'll send it to the group chat. But in this case, even those appointed or elected, they are still to be educated by the COA.
Representative Kalasang.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. My point of inquiry, can the college councils not adhere to this code of conduct for council auditors? Like, can they opt not to follow it, or will they have to kuanjod?
Thank you for the recognition and thank you for that question. If they have a council auditor in their council, then that council auditor is bound by this code. You understand?
I would thank you for the. I would like to continue on what Rep. Dizon has mentioned.
And then, okay, I understand your question now. Then in that case, there will be not so more of a special workshop, but rather they will be having.
Mic test, mic test.
believe that there are lacking implementation clauses here. So with that, we're going to have an online session this first Sunday of November. So they may be able to make the necessary things. That's one way I believe we can resolve this, because everyone so far has abided with the 15 minutes, and I don't want to extend this anymore. Okay, so any discussions? Discuss this later, basta next session. Okay, the motion is for postpone to the next session. Okay, further discussion needed? Going once, going twice. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Not in favor, nay. Nay. Okay, majority has it. This resolution is postponed to the next session. CCSO to install additional closed circuit CCTV cameras at SU Gymnasium. Okay, please present the chair summons.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. This resolution is born out of the need to have additional CCTVs in the gymnasium, because there has been a lot of issues regarding stealing and other materials that are lost because of happening in the blind spots of the gymnasium, where the CSSO themselves validated. However, since the representative, yours truly, has a very important event at 7 p.m., we have come to a conclusion that we will be moving or postpone. We move to postpone this resolution to the next session, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any discussions? Going once, going twice. Chair hears none. Motion is carried. Next resolution is a resolution reinstating the dorm resident council as of the official governing body of student residents under SHRD. Proponents.
So upon further evaluations of this resolution, the proponents have decided to withdraw this resolution.
Withdraw. Please state the reason.
Because it has come to our attention that the intention of this resolution does not need a resolution itself. So it is unnecessary.
Okay. Given that this is a withdrawal and this would need consent of the assembly, because this is actual business of the assembly now. So with this, all those in favor of the withdrawal of this resolution, please raise your hand. We're still four. Thank you. Thank you. All those not in favor of the withdrawal of this? Is abstentions? With 35 in favor, this resolution is hereby withdrawn. Thank you to the proponents. That concludes our agenda for the resolutions for this session. Again, we have two postponed resolutions and one withdrawn. Okay, thank you. With this, we now proceed to our other matters, which is the election of Committee on Appropriations members. Representative Villa Flores, please attend. Please come. And Representative Barra. you. Proceeding forward, we have our election of Committee on Appropriation members. So with this, we have, in the interest of time, and because the Committee on Appropriations is supposed to be 18 members, the composition has 8 primary members and 10 associate members. So today we'll just be electing the primary members. And because according to the resolution and the guidelines, the Student Assembly Treasurer is automatically internal Vice Chairperson, will only be nominating 7 for tonight. So with this, are there any motions to open the nominations? Representative Teves. Okay, properly moved and seconded. Floor is now open for nominations. Representative Teves.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Representative Ozoa as Committee on Appropriations Chairperson.
The chairperson will be elected within the committee, so they'll just be nominated by member. Representative Ozoa, do you accept the nomination? Okay, second, any further nominations? Representative Alicer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to nominate Angel Corinne Bitong for the position.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Next, any further nominations? So far, we have one. Representative Calasan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to nominate Representative Balbon.
Are you nominating?
Never mind, kadili day pwede.
Okay. Representative Villa Flores.
Those who are already members of the Committee on Audit, as much as possible, we would not have them as primary members of the Committee on Appropriations, but they could be members of, they could be the associate members. The current members of the Committee on Audit are Representative Ozoa, Representative Balbon, Representative Bais, Representative Bitong, and Representative Villa Flores.
Okay, Representative Ozoa.
Nominate Representative Arbon.
Representative Arbon. Do you accept the nomination?
I accept the nomination.
Okay, 3, including Representative Chong, we have 3 members now. We need 5 more, correct? Representative Balbon.
Thank you for the recognition, Mr. Chair. I move to nominate Representative Calasan. I retract the nomination.
Representative Calasan cannot be nominated or rejects. Next, further nominations. Diretso na, just do it. Makahig. Do you accept the nomination? Okay, Representative Makahig has been nominated. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need 4 more nominations. Representative Ozoa. Yes, you're recognized. Representative Amaro has been nominated and accepts. Next, Representative Villa Flores. Representative Teves has accepted. We have 2 more nominations. 1 each. Go ahead. Representative Teves first. Oh. Okay. I would like to reject the nomination as I'm trying to not focus. I'm trying to preserve the integrity of separation of powers here, and I would like to focus. Fine, I would like to focus on my work here. Representative Villa Flores. They accept the decline. Decline. The representative doesn't accept the decline. So therefore, you're still nominated. Representative Hamera. Oh, okay. Okay. It's more of a formality, man, dude. It's the accepting or declining. Representative Macarubo. No na lang. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we have so far 6 primary members, 2 more open, and 10 associate members. So until then, the Committee on Appropriations is not fully operational yet, but I guess by then you guys can start your preliminary work now. So with that, are there any seconds to that motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Not in favor say nay. And abstentions? Okay. Motion is carried. Moving forward, our announcements. Yes. Okay. Yes, thank you for reminding me. With this, the chair will officially recognize the resignation of Representative Cardenas as Senior High School Representative. Once again, we thank him for his 1 semester of service. Moving forward, the chair will give the microphone to the Speaker pro tempore.
So announcing to the representatives that after this session, we will have our and wraps.
Okay, moving forward, we now move to our adjournment. Are there any motions to adjourn? Representative Ozoa. I didn't hear the motion. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Not in favor. With this, ladies and gentlemen, the 8th regular session and last face-to-face session of the 35th, for this first semester of the 35th Student Assembly is adjourned. All rise for the closing ceremonies.